Good morning. Here we are, day four of Chad Daybell's trial jury selection. Please hit that thumbs up for me, share, and subscribe. I would really appreciate it.
All right, Rich. What are your?
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. Before we get started, I am going to have a sidebar with council for a few moments. Once we return, then we'll get on the record with Fort Dyer. Council, if I could just meet with you.
We ended yesterday with 35 total, so we need 15 more for the next step. Hopefully, we'll get those today. Thank you, Richie. I think Chad is wearing the same shirt every day, like Sherry said. Again, good morning, everyone. We are on day 4 of jury selection of Chad Daybell's trial. Please hit that like, share, subscribe. I would really appreciate it. And thanks for being here with me this morning. They are in session, they are just in sidebar right now.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, welcome back this morning. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We do have a group of jurors returning for group and individual voir dire this morning. The first thing I'll do, just so we are sure who is here and where you're seated, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could just take a moment and hold that red card up and just leave that held up here for a few minutes while we take notes. Okay, thank you. I'll note the state's here this morning present with the prosecutors who will be individually announced shortly, the defense as well, and the defendant is here. Before we begin further jury selection, does the state have any objection to the manner in which the panel has been recalled and seated today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You can recall as prospective jurors in the case now before us. I'll again introduce myself and our staff. I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County, Idaho, and I'm in charge of the trial in this courtroom today. Our court clerk assisting this morning is Shannon Holstein to my right, and she keeps minutes of these proceedings as well as administers oaths to the jurors. The courtroom deputies are here assisting in maintaining courtroom order and helping you know where you're supposed to be and moving the jury about. Our court reporter, Mary Fox, seated to my left, is taking a stenographic record of everything that's being said during this proceeding, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, is seated to the far right, and she assists me with legal research and administrative issues that come up throughout the day. Each one of you is qualified to serve as a juror of this court, and each of you have filled out a questionnaire that's now been reviewed by the attorneys and the court, and it was determined you'd be recalled for further questioning. The first thing we do in a trial is to select 18 jurors, so we'll have 12 jurors and 6 alternates from among you. At this time, I will have the clerk call the roll call of the jury by using your red card number. So when she mentions your name, please indicate verbally so we have a record that you are present or here. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Juror 716? Yes. Juror 722? Here. Juror 732? Here. Juror 751?
Here.
Juror 776? Can I read your number on?
779, excuse me.
Juror 834?
Here.
Juror 874? Here. Juror 997?
Here.
Juror 1014? Here. Juror 1024?
Here.
Juror 1078? Juror 1093? Present. And juror 1100? Thank you.
All right, thank you. In this group, the court will note upon further review of questionnaires, there were 2 jurors excused. Juror 776, the court reviewed with counsel the questionnaire, and we released that juror based on bias expressed in the questionnaire. Does the state agree that there was a strike there that was confirmed by the court as to juror 776?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense stipulate also on that strike?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, one other juror we addressed was juror 1080. based on a hardship and some bias was excused or cause. Does the state also make that motion at this time to excuse that juror for bias and hardship?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense stipulate?
Judge, yes, we're good. Thank you.
All right, and the court again has reviewed questionnaires as to both and finding the information in the questionnaire supports those challenges. Those jurors have been excused. We did have one other juror this morning who will be returning for the afternoon, and that was juror 977. So this time then, addressing the jurors again, to assist you in understanding and participating in the jury selection process, I'll introduce you to the lawyers and briefly summarize what the case is about. When I introduce an individual, please stand and briefly face the jury panel, then retake your seat. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented at this trial by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor, Rob Wood, Madison County prosecutor, Ingrid Beatty, specially appointed prosecutor, and Rocky Wixom, deputy Fremont County prosecutor. The defendant in this case is Chad Guy Daybell, and he's represented by his lawyer, Mr. John Pryor. This is a criminal case, meaning the defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of the law. I previously read to you a summary of the charges in the amended indictment when you were here last week to complete your questionnaires. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho has alleged that Chad Guy Daybell committed the following crimes. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 6, first-degree murder. Count 7, insurance fraud. And count 9, insurance fraud. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges. Please remember this is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions. I will later give to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is, or what the law should be, or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During the course of this trial, including the jury selection process, you are instructed you are not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, including talking to anyone or use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. At this time, I'm going to request that our clerk administer an oath to the jury panel for the board hire examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would all please stand at this time and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by court or counsel, touching upon your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the cause now on trial, so help you God?
Thank you. The clerk has now impaneled these 13 prospective jurors for questioning in a small group today. Will the attorneys stipulate that the juries were properly called and impaneled, beginning with the state?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
That's,
Yes, Your Honor, thank
all right, thank you, counsel.
you.
Court will also note that a juror affirmation has been filled out and signed by all the returning jurors without any issues noted. So these jurors have committed that they have not discussed the case or investigated the case since the time they have filled out their questionnaires last week. In this part of the jury selection, then you're going to be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as the voir dire examination. Voir dire is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of the common law, and in Old French, it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge which you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who will impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand this questioning is not for the purpose of prying into your personal affairs. Simply, it is for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, please raise your red card or your hand. When you're called upon to speak, please make verbal responses to any questions so that we can take a record of what was said, and try to avoid speaking over the top of any attorney questioning you. In addition, I'll note that this proceeding is being broadcast. You are not being filmed or videoed, but your audio is coming through on the court's broadcast, which is being streamed on an official court channel for public access. If you have any answer to a question that you think might be either embarrassing or uncomfortable to discuss in that public setting, please notify us before, and we will be able to discuss those issues with you in a private setting outside of public access. Similarly, if your answer to any question might prejudice other jurors, please refrain from making those kind of comments until we talk to you individually, so that other jurors don't learn information you may already have about the case. This case has also had pretrial media coverage and publicity. So again, we will discuss any knowledge you may have individually and not here in the group setting. I'll now read to you a special instruction for this case as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. That concludes the court's special instruction. At this time, I'll also instruct the attorneys to please avoid repeating any questions already asked by the court. However, you do have the right to direct follow-up questions to a juror regarding that juror's response to previous questions. The jury should be aware that during and following the voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side has challenges called for cause, by which I mean that each side can ask that a juror be excused for a specific reason. In addition, each side has a certain number of peremptory challenges, by which I mean each side can challenge a juror and ask that he or she be excused without giving a reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your integrity or your honesty has been questioned, because it is not. I'll also advise you, if you are excused from jury service after a challenge, then you may be approached to discuss this case. You are permitted to do that. However, I would ask you to be mindful of your fellow jurors and the fact that this court is trying to find impartial jurors in this case. And if you don't want to talk to someone about the case, you don't have to. And if someone persists in trying to talk to you, please report that to the court. At this time, then, I will begin the court's portion of the voir dire process, after which I'll allow attorneys for both the state and the defense to make their own voir dire inquiries. If we are discussing questions with any given juror, please pay attention to the questions and answers, as you may be called upon later to answer those same questions. The first question I'll ask is not in relation to the long questionnaire you filled out last week, but just your juror information form, which has information such as your residence in Ada County. I'll ask each one of the jurors now as a group, are the answers given by you in that juror information form still true and accurate? If so, please raise your red cards. All right, thank you. It appears all the jurors still have accurate juror information forms. The next question I'll go to is on your jury questionnaire. And those were last week, they were lengthy. Is there anything in there that you think needs to be corrected or clarified at this time that we wouldn't just discuss with you individually? All right, nobody appears to have any correction at the outset to the questionnaires. The next topic I want to discuss then involves the length of this trial. This will be a long trial. We're estimating a time frame of 8 to 10 weeks. I'd like to know if any of you believe serving for that much time would create a serious hardship upon you or your family, or your business or profession or occupation to prevent you from rendering service as a fair and impartial juror in this case. So if you believe you have a hardship based on this time commitment, please raise your red card at this time. All right, we've got 3 on the back row. All right, we're going to take these up individually at this time now. So the first juror we'll talk to about that will be juror number 834. All right, juror 834, you did talk about in your questionnaire concerns as to whether or not you would lose income and employment during this case. Can you explain what that hardship would be if you were required to serve? And you can remain seated if you wish.
Thank you very much. I'm a field service step 71 that's supporting all the send out funds. And that would be costing so much of my work because I don't have anybody right now. So I'm touring hospital for Moise in the city. So I don't know, so that would be difficult for me if I had to be injured for up to 10 weeks.
Have you been able to discuss with your employer the possibility that you might be required to serve on this jury?
I did.
And did they advise you anything about whether or not they could accommodate your service or provide pay if you were serving?
I just notified them because I didn't know that would be before, because I just told them on standby, so I haven't discussed after this.
All right, is this employment your sole source of income?
Yes.
All right, let me inquire, well, have the state asking voir dire on the issue of hardship, and then I'll allow the defense as well.
Your Honor, the state actually had it marked to discuss hardship with juror 834. I had noted that he had listed that in the questionnaire. I think we've been provided more information today regarding whether or not there's ability to provide coverage for him. Given everything that was in the questionnaire and indicated today on the record, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
Response from the defense.
Judge, I also reviewed the facts, and I would also move to excuse this juror for hardship.
All right, based on that, the court's also reviewed the information in the questionnaire, finding that for this particular juror, service of that time frame would create a serious hardship financially for the juror and his family. And so for that reason, juror number 834, you'll be excused with the thanks of the court. Thank you for filling out your questionnaire last week and coming back. I'll have you drop a copy or your questionnaire with the bailiff, and then you're excused from jury service. Let's next talk to juror number 874. You stated in your questionnaire you thought the financial strain would create a distraction for you if you were required to serve for that much time. Can you explain that a little more?
I would be going without income for all that 1 week of the trial and that would create financial pressure.
Have you talked to your employer about the possibility that you'd be serving for this case?
Yeah.
And did they indicate any policy of allowing for service or pay during your jury service?
They would allow the service that they're able to shoot.
All right, and I may be confused there. So they're not paying you income. In other words, they'll hold your job but not pay you while you're here. All right. Did they have any time frame they could pay you that you're aware of?
For 40 hours, so then
Okay. And is that your sole source of income?
yes.
Any questions for this juror on the hardship issue?
No, Your Honor. Similarly, we had it marked to follow up with this juror regarding the indication for potential hardship in the questionnaire. Given that additional information, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
Response from the defense.
Judge, I'd also concur on the state's motion of hardship.
All right, juror 874, given your explanation here today and the length of this trial, you'll also be permitted to be excused from your jury service for the expression of the hardship. And so the court thanks you for filling out your questionnaire and taking the time to come back today. Please drop that off with the bailiff and you can be excused. Juror number 1014.
I think too often things would be
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm working 2 jobs and I'm in school full time, and so doing a 10-week trial would be very difficult for me to meet deadlines for in college. And then also for one of my jobs, I would be able to have like a fund set aside, but for one of them I do not.
All right, are you currently in a semester in school then?
Yes.
And are you full-time or part-time student? All right, if this trial were taking up pretty much all of your time and energy, if you were serving with that for that length of time, would you end up losing the semester basically, do you think?
I would think so. It's pretty busy semester.
And when does the semester end?
It ends in April, the very end of April.
Questions on board are from the state, please.
Your Honor, similarly, we had it marked to follow up with juror 1014 based on some indication of a potential hardship. And given all the additional information today, as well as what was stated in the questionnaire, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, response from the defense.
Judge, I would also concur in that motion to excuse this juror.
All right, juror number 1014, the court has considered the motion to strike as well as the information contained in your questionnaire and your responses today. And I do find that service for that length of time would create a serious hardship upon you. So for that reason, you'll be excused with the thanks of the court also. So please drop your questionnaire with the bailiff, and we'll give you instructions. All right, did we have another card raised by 1024? All right, juror 1024, You raised your card as well and mentioned something in your questionnaire about a trip coming up in late May. Could you explain that, please?
Correct, yeah, I have a family trip that my parents have been planning for a while. That starts May 25th, and we've already booked plane fare and hotels. And so, yeah, certainly, if it ran into that, that would be a problem. It's, you know, my kids are going, my wife and my parents. So,
All right, if we did go into that time frame then, and we were coming up near that, do you think that would start creating a distraction for you and paying attention to the case here?
I mean, certainly it would be a challenge. I mean, it's a pre-planned trip. I mean, if the trial happens before that, that's fine. I don't have any financial hardship otherwise than that. So my income isn't dependent on a specific job that I show up to. It's dependent on some investment. So, yeah, it's just the trip itself. So it's, I haven't honestly looked to see, I mean, rescheduling it would be rather challenging. So, that would be the main issue. So, I mean, certainly if the trial is less end before that, then that's fine. But
All right, I'll have the state inquire.
Your Honor, this is also a juror that the state had marked to follow up with, given what was indicated in the questionnaire regarding that trip. It sounds like where that trip is planned and the current estimation of time on this trial, I think the state would make a motion to allow this juror to be removed for hardship.
Response from the defense,
Judge, may I have permission to one matter?
you may.
Sir, I noticed that you have a couple of kids, if I remember right, 10 and 12. Is that
I have, 11 and 12-year-olds. Yes, correct.
11 and 12? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's a trip at basically the end of school, right?
Right, it's a family trip that involves the grandparents as well.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and if you were fulfilling your obligation to be on a jury at that time, would it be safe to say that you would probably be distracted by your children and everybody else on the trip while you were trying to go through this process, and maybe would be anxious to move this process along while you're thinking about them while they're on that trip?
I mean, certainly if they weren't on the trip and I was still here, that would be, I mean, my kids are fairly independent, but it would, I mean, any parent would be nervous about their children traveling, but I mean, my wife would be on the trip with my parents. So, I mean, certainly they're not gonna not go because I can't go.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, certainly, before the trip, that's fine, but it's just during the trip.
Well, I guess,
That would be a challenge because, just making sure, I mean, they're going to Boston, and so, just all the logistics of moving two children around a large city.
well, I guess I was really concerned about the emotional impact that it might have on you, the fact that this is a long scheduled family trip with extended family and celebration of kids getting done with school, and I read about that. And I guess what I'm concerned about is that potentially this could be a significant distraction. That's what I'm concerned
A significant distraction before
about. If you were to go here, and the indications, at least what I'm getting, is that there's a likelihood that children may go on this trip, and you're going to be, if the case goes until the 25th, I think that could be a distraction. That's what I have a concern about as well.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your question, and I would say up until the point of the trip, as long as the trial ends before that, it's not an issue for me. It's just if the kids went on the trip. So, yeah, that's the only issue. I mean, if the trial ends before that, that's fine. I mean, not a problem. So it's just, yeah, the kids going on the trip and me not being there, with it being a busy city, and then, them having to navigate with my wife, parents, grandparents, as you would imagine, any father, would be concerned. I mean, it's pretty common. So,
And Judge, based on the responses. At this point, I'm going to move for cause as well and ask that the board excuse this juror.
All right, the parties have both made the challenge for cause for an express hardship. The court will grant the challenge and juror 1024 is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who are remaining here and have expressed a willingness to commit this extensive time for your service.
Ron, I'm sorry, but may I as well?
Very well. Juror 1093.
I am a primary provider, caregiver for two young children, 6 and 8, and they homeschool. At the beginning of this, the time frame was stated at 8 weeks, and I assumed it would be starting a little sooner. There is definitely the ability for me to put my kids into public school to cover that. But as time has gone on, and with the possibility for this trial to be longer, 10 weeks or more, if that should happen, it would definitely be a difficulty for us for childcare, as I take care of the kids and the farm, and we're out playing.
All right, and when you say the farm, could you just describe a little bit more about what responsibilities you would have there at your homestead?
Sure. We have 5 acres and we raise sheep and chickens. Lambing is coming up soon. We're gonna have baby lambs, and we grow a lot of our own food and raise meat birds.
Okay, and there is a potential of this case going into the time frame you were discussing, so let me get some additional board input from the state.
Your Honor, I think given that information, the state does not have any additional questions. With all of that going on and the described hardship, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I would agree with the state. Ask that she be excused for hardship.
All right, reviewed your questionnaire, juror 1093, also looked at makeup of your family and what you've got going on with your children as well. And so for those reasons stated and what you've indicated on the record today will allow you to be excused for your hardship request. Court does find that it would constitute a hardship for you to serve for that time period. So thank you for taking the time to complete your questionnaire and coming back today. You can be dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, for the remaining jurors, then we're gonna shift topics to something else. The next issue is whether or not you have any knowledge of this case from previous media coverage or otherwise. You've heard a summary of the charges that are contained in the amended indictment. Other than what you've learned here so far in the court proceedings, do you know anything about the case? And if you do, please raise your red card. All right, and we've got several, if you'll hold those up for a minute, we are going to talk to you individually about your knowledge of the case a little later this morning. So I won't ask you any details about what you know. We'll talk to you about that one by one. And 751 also. Thank you. Let me next address the subject matter of the charges here. In this case, you've heard what the charges are, but that subject matter of this case involving charges of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud make it difficult or impossible for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and render a fair and impartial verdict. All right, no one answered affirmatively. I'll next ask a series of questions that seem like they should be very obvious if we looked at your questionnaires, which we did, but I'm required to go through these on the record to satisfy certain statutory requirements, making sure you don't have any connections to parties involved in the case or the defendant. So with that in mind, first question on that topic is, are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, Mr. Daybell, or do you know him from any kind of business or social relationship? No one answered yes. Do any of you have a legal relationship of some kind with any of the attorneys in this case, such as guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor, debtor, landlord and tenant, boarder, or lodger? No one answered yes. Are any of you a party in any civil action or lawsuit against the defendant? No one said yes. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against the defendant, Mr. Daybell, or have you been accused by any of the prosecutors here today of any crime? Okay, no one answered yes there. Do any of you have any attorney-client relationship, either now or in the past, with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? No, and just to be clear, that's the defendant's attorney again. No one answered yes. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers in this case, or do you know any of them from any kind of professional, business, or social relationship? No one answered yes to that. Have any of you ever formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged? No one answered yes to that. Do any of you have any type of bias or prejudice, either for or against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? No one answered yes. Is there anyone here that is unwilling to follow my instructions to you as the jury as to the law that you must apply in determining the case? No one said yes to that. Do any of you have a religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict? All right, no one answered yes to that. Are there any of you that if you were a juror on this case would be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law instructed by the court? All right, no one said yes. A final question then. Do any of you have any other reason why you believe you would not be able to give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? All right, no one answered yes to that. So that concludes the court's section of voir dire. I'll next allow the state to commence with its voir dire, and after that, the defense may do so as well. Who's going to be conducting voir dire of this panel this morning?
I will be, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Flake, if you'd like to commence, you may.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here with us this morning. I know this process has already been somewhat lengthy. You were all here last week and you filled out a questionnaire, and now we brought you back this week. So I want to thank you for sticking with us through this process. As we go through this, and just to kind of let you know a little bit about what we're doing here, is we're trying to ensure that we go through an extensive process to make sure that we get jurors that truly feel that they can sit on a jury in this matter and provide a fair and impartial verdict, and that they feel that they can see that duty through. Because there's a few reasons for that. The defendant, Chad Daybell, deserves a fair trial, and so does the state of Idaho. So that's why we go through this process, to just make sure that we get there. If I use the term brutal honesty, I'm going to ask juror 1100, what comes to mind if I use the term brutally honest, if someone wants someone else to be brutally honest?
I think for me, brutally honest means that you have to be truthful in all aspects, that you need to be not hiding any of the pieces, but you, as difficult as it may be, You need to be able to articulate what occurs, what really are.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And juror 751, how about you?
Can't find other things.
And would everyone agree that it could also include not worrying if you're hurting someone else's feelings? That you just, it can't be a little white lie, it's just gotta be, it's what it is. Thank you for that. And the reason I bring that up is there's a couple things with that. So today, obviously, I'm asking you questions. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable or put you on the spot, but we're just going through this process. And as we go through it, we want everyone to be brutally honest with us. If there's something you think we should know, tell it to us straight today. And the second part is if you're selected to be on this jury, you're going to be given instructions by the judge. And when it's time, he would let you know that you could begin discussing things with the other jurors. And we want to make sure that everyone feels that they can be brutally honest, that they can be truthful with everyone as they're going through the process. So could everyone today commit that they can be brutally honest as we go through this? I see everyone shaking their heads and some audibles. Thank you so much for that. And one other thing I'll mention, the judge also mentioned this, but as we go through this process, if at any point there's something that you want to discuss without everyone present, let us know and we can work with the court to make those arrangements. I recognize sometimes there's sensitive subjects and they may be things that I don't even realize are sensitive. So I want to make sure everyone knows that. We want to be respectful as we go through this. Has everyone here been on a plane before? Everyone's nodding yes. When you get on a plane, usually at some point you get an announcement over the PA system. You know, sit back, enjoy your flight. We're going to take off. We'll arrive at the destination at approximately such and such time, and they take off. If instead of hearing something like that, you got on the plane and the pilot told you, I'm going to try to land the plane. I think we'll be there at this time. How many of you would feel comfortable on that plane? I'm seeing people shake their heads no. And can I ask juror 779, would you want to stay on that plane? Why not?
Because I would fear for my life, because I know the pilot was not experienced if he said something like that.
And juror 1078, how about you?
I agree. I would definitely not feel assured, hearing an announcement.
Thank you. And the reason I ask that is because we're basically going to ask you all to be the pilot with this case. So again, we talk about it, but the judge will give you instructions, and at some point it will be up to you to make a decision in this case and render a verdict that you believe is the correct verdict. And does everyone here feel that they could do that they could sit on this jury and at the end of it, listen to all the evidence, give it the weight you think it's due, deliberate, and ultimately render a verdict that you felt was the best verdict? Thank you for that. So the other part of this, and the judge has gone over what the charges are in this case, and we have several counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and we also have several counts of first-degree murder. The victims in this case involve 2 minor children and a mother of 5. As we go through this, the state has the burden of proof, and as part of that, we present evidence. Some of the evidence may include some photos that are unpleasant. They may be graphic autopsy photos of children or that mother. Does anyone, as they sit here today, have concerns that if they were to see graphic images like that that are unpleasant, that it would cause you concerns about your ability to still sit on this jury? And juror 722, I think you have children. I believe they're adult children.
Yes.
Being a mother, does that cause you any concern, or do you feel you'd be able to look at those images and provide them the way you think they're due?
I think that's a fair question because you see things on TV and it's kind of like more hypothetical. But I believe I can. I believe it's significant enough of a thing that I will be able to sometimes.
And do you feel like even if they maybe elicited a reaction from you, that you would still be able to weigh them fairly in light of the other evidence?
I would.
Thank you. And juror 732, I'll ask you as well. I think you also have children, adult children. Same question. Does that cause you any concern?
It causes me no concern for my impartiality. It causes me concern for sleep and mental health. But it does not cause me.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, because it's normal to be disturbed by these. It's normal to have whatever reaction we have as a human to images that are unpleasant. But anything about maybe having an emotional reaction or losing some sleep that would make you think you would, for any reason, give them more weight. Thank you for that. So I have a young kid, and when we get up in the mornings, if I ask him what he wants for breakfast, 9 times out of 10, it's cheesy eggs. But there's a very specific recipe that he likes me to follow, and it's simple, but it's what he likes. So it's the eggs and the milk and the cheese and the salt and pepper. And if I don't follow that recipe, sometimes he's not very happy with me. And sometimes I might modify it because maybe he wants a little bit of extra cheese in it. Can others relate with having someone, whether it's a kid or someone else that maybe has a very specific recipe or a very specific way they like things done? And juror 716, I see you nodding along. Have you had a similar experience?
Yes, I have. I mean, I have 2 kids, so, or 3 kids. One lives with me still, and yeah, it's yeah, I've been in that situation.
And do you end up a lot of times just following what that kid may want?
Sometimes, I wouldn't say all the time.
Do you sometimes modify it?
Yes.
And juror 722, I saw you also nodding. Is it similar for you?
Yeah, just, or I remember the 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds, you know, they think they know what they want, and then of course you do it, and then they change their mind, and somehow you cut it wrong.
Yeah. Yes. I have been there as well. So with that, so we all kind of have recipes that we follow for certain things, and sometimes we might tweak them in our everyday lives. Maybe a kid wants something done a little bit different. Maybe we think we can make it better. But in this case, the judge is going to give us all, or you all, jury instructions. And those jury instructions will include an instruction on the elements of each crime that the state has to prove. And kind of like ingredients, they're going to be listed out. And unlike real life, where we might say, I might tweak this a little bit, or I might add this or take this away, you're not going to be able to do that. Whatever the judge gives you as the instruction, that's it. Does anyone have concerns that if you look at that and you think, oh man, I don't like this element, or why don't they have to prove this too? Could everyone commit that they'll just follow what's given by the judge? Does anyone have concerns about that? Thank you. With some of these charges, with the murder charges, there's going to be elements listed out in those instructions given by the court. And with regard to homicide, it's going to say the defendant engaged in conduct which caused the death of a person. There is not going to be an element on there that says the state has to prove the cause of death. So essentially, the state has to prove they did it, there was a murder, but we don't have to prove how the person actually died, what the actual cause was. Does that cause anyone concerns, or would you be able to follow the instructions as given by the court? It's like people are nodding along, but they could follow the instruction. Thank you. Do we have anyone here that's an NFL fan? I see one hand. Some people kind of say maybe. Juror 997, you're an NFL fan?
Yes.
I think Kansas City Chiefs won this year.
Did.
And you may or may not be happy about the outcome.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, I won't make you publicly disclose. I know some people hold those things very dear. But regardless of your feelings on it, do you feel that every person on the Kansas City Chiefs deserves to get a Super Bowl ring if they were part of the team?
Absolutely.
And with that, so even if the quarterback maybe played a bigger role, should the second string players also get a ring? Coaches?
You bet.
And why should they all get a ring in your opinion?
Because they all participate as a team effort.
Thank you. And juror 751, I'll ask you the same thing. Do you think they should all get a ring? And what's your reasoning behind it?
They work together, they're together. They make one person follow.
Thank you. The judge already gave you an instruction today, and he'll give you a lot more instructions as we go through it. The instruction today dealt a little bit with conspiracy. And the judge has already said conspiracy includes an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. He also instructed you that you would not consider the co-conspirators what may or may not be going on with any cases with them or their guilt or innocence with regard to this trial. So with regard to Lori Vallow Daybell and Alex Cox, you wouldn't consider those things. However, in this trial, you will hear evidence regarding actions alleged to have been taken by those two. And as I said, the conspiracy itself, an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. And then again, the judge will give you the specific instructions, but it also includes that then only one person has to, but any one person that's part of that agreement takes one act in furtherance of it. So just one overt act, one act to try to commit the crime that they all intend to commit. All of them don't have to do an act. Does anyone have concerns here today that if person A and B or A, B, and C agree to commit a crime and only person B does an additional act? Does anyone have concerns still holding person A and C accountable? If you believe the state proved there was an agreement that they intended to commit a crime. Does that cause anyone concerns? Thank you. So, and today it did actually rain, but let's say that as you were on your way here today, the sky was just gray. It was starting to turn gray. You came here in the courtroom, they closed the blinds, you couldn't see outside, and you go outside after court and there's water all over. So water on your car, water on the grass, water on the pavement. You start driving home, everything's wet. You see a rainbow in the sky. Would you be able to determine what had happened? And juror,
Moisture, snow, rain.
something had happened, some kind of precipitation, moisture would come from the sky. And juror 1100, how about you?
Yeah.
And you would be able to make that determination without ever having seen it rain. So in the trial, you may see different types of evidence, and you may hear the term circumstantial evidence. Does anyone here have concerns considering all the evidence presented and weighing it and not worrying about what type of evidence it is, whether it's circumstantial or other? Does anyone here have, because knowing the nature of the charges, does anyone have in their mind a specific type of evidence that you think the state would have to show or that you would expect us to show in this case? I don't see anyone saying yes. And again, just can everyone commit that you would follow any instructions as given by the court? And would everyone agree that even if someone tried to convince you or try to tell you that the instruction was different than it was, would everyone commit you'll only follow what the judge tells you? Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Judge, could we approach from that?
Yes.
Are they taking a break, Richie?
Here, this way, we got space. Let's go to the ground, we'll get a hobble.
Morning.
Good morning. How are ya?
Good yourself?
Good. I'm Officer Ulrich with the Hurricane Police Department. Are you Jose?
I'm Jose.
Hi, Jose.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
My nephew,
This is your house, yeah?
he,
Okay. Who is this?
that's an old homeowner over here.
Okay. You're the homeowner.
Yeah.
Okay. And you rent?
Jose, I'm his friend.
Okay.
We stayed here last night. Me and him, we do door dies and came late.
Yeah.
And then he knocked like, this is the second night he spent over here with me, my nephew.
Your nephew. Okay. What's your nephew's name?
Herlin Cortez.
Harlan?
Herlin, with H at the beginning.
Okay. Harlan.
Cortez. Okay. He came here like around 3 in the morning. Yesterday he left like around 4 in the morning, and we don't know where to go.
Yeah.
Later that day, yesterday, he called me from California. He's looking for my oldest son.
Okay.
He drove all the way to California.
Okay.
My oldest son never answered to me and never answered since he got lost over there. And then my sister and Miss Kitty was telling me that he called her around 1 in the morning, telling her he was outside the house to come and open the door because my sister.
Outside this house?
No, over Mesquite.
Okay.
My sister came back to the house because she was staying at my niece's home. And then she came and looked for him and she wasn't home. I mean, he don't wait for my sister at home. She came here saying that my sister locked all the doors.
Yeah.
And put him outside. My sister says that's a lie.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
He just he's not thinking right.
Okay. Do you think he's on something, or do you know if he's
No,
taking
yeah,
anything?
he been in the past, he been in heroin, but now I think he been using fentanyl.
You think he's on fentanyl right now?
Pills. No,
Oh.
he sleep well. He sleep.
Okay.
He slept in 3, he sleep, but now he got into this room, which is a room that he rents to a lady. The lady's in vacation. She's not at home right now. But he's refusing to leave. I live in the other block, and I told him, let's go to my house.
Okay. So he's the one that lives here right now.
Yeah, he's the owner, and
Okay.
and his wife work at Walmart.
And you're just a friend that you're his friend, and that's why you're here.
Yes.
Okay.
And my nephew knows him too.
What's his name? What's his name?
Christy.
Christy. Hi. How are ya?
That guy's name is Christy. I've never heard of a guy named Christy.
So this is your house. You live here. Okay. What was your name again?
Flavio.
Flavio. Flavio, so do you want him to leave?
Yeah, when I know like this guy right here, when I live right now.
Yeah. Is one of these cars his?
The black one?
The black one? Okay. If you don't mind, if you want to just stay out here with us for a minute, okay? Did you guys go in his car? Control for 2528.
I want to make sure he don't take off my car because he's not good to drive either.
Do you have the keys?
I don't.
It'll be
I
out
think
of
he
Nevada
has
at
it.
759 Echo 00. You don't have the keys?
No. I don't know if he left. That's what I was looking for, but I think he has it.
Okay.
That's all his belongings over here. I don't want him to drive because he's not good to drive.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, I think I was hoping I can disconnect something, but we didn't turn the car on. So, this right there, let's room by here.
Is there anybody else in the home?
No, only this one.
Is there any weapons or anything in the home?
You live here?
He lives here. He's a friend. You live a couple over, yeah.
Yeah, on the other side.
On the other side. Okay.
Nephew doesn't live here?
And it's your nephew.
He's my nephew. And his friend too, he knows him for a lot of years, since he was little. Yeah, so.
But he doesn't live here?
No, he lives in Mesquite, over at my sister's house. Oh, he had a house in Mesquite.
Yeah.
He is the owner.
But do you guys have you guys tried to wake him up and tell him?
No, he's awake. He just made breakfast and we ate and he's sitting in the living room. He just don't want to live. He says he's waiting for this lady to make love.
There's a lady in there?
No, that lady is vacation, but he is in her room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's not here right now, luckily. I tried to tell him, let's go, but he says,
What?
I know he's not thinking right. That's the only thing. He's not a bad guy, though, but I think he's been in drugs. Not right now, but in the past. I told my sister I'm going to call the police. Let's put it away for a few days, you know. But other than that, he's going to keep doing the same shit. You know, I want him to be safe, and I know being in jail, he'll be safe.
Just hang out outside for just a second.
For a minute. Okay, is that okay if we go in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, not you. I'm not asking you. It's his house.
Oh.
Just stay out here.
Okay. You want me to go? No.
Just stay out here.
Okay.
Caroline, Hurricane, please. Hurricane, please. Can you step out, please? Open the door and step out.
Come inside.
How rude. You heard what he said? Oh, whatever, dude.
You gonna suck some dick or
Can I
what?
see your other hand, please? Okay, can you get up, please?
You.
Get up.
Come here.
I want you to move out the bed. Okay,
Close that fucking door.
get off the bed.
You get the fuck out there.
No.
Go, Brandon. Why are you guys grabbing me? Get the fuck out. What the fuck are you guys doing?
We got one fighting.
Come here. You go outside.
I got him.
Yo, the camera is so blurry.
Get your
Let
hands
me
back.
see. I can't change it.
Do not move. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Golly.
You good?
Yeah.
Holy guacamole. Holy dude.
Patrol 4X18. Will you get medical rolling?
You shouldn't have been fighting and telling him all this profanity stuff. Lord, he's breathing like he about to have a heart attack or something.
Taser deployed. One in custody.
Okay, we're gonna stand up. If you need to cooperate, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Stand up.
What are in these?
Looks almost like one of those stress balls. That sand. We'll have to check and make sure, but are you feeling okay, sir? Other than just those taser probes? Okay.
Just are a bunch of pigs. Assholes. What did I do to you guys?
Well, you attacked my officer here.
Well, that should have sucked some dick, bro.
Did you get those double locked?
Trying to make sure this mother don't attack me again. He's too strong. He's too strong. Oh, bitch. You don't know what you're getting into with a this bad, excuse you. But you know, see that boy.
Walk.
Down the stairs.
Walk. You really want to do this, dude?
Walk her.
A fight, man.
You motherfucker.
Walk.
You motherfucker. You.
Walk.
You. You. Oh.
Walk.
Ah, you're a bunch of
Walk. Step up in the car.
Step on the car.
Give me a second, man. Give me a second. Trying to catch my fucking breath, man. You guys do everything all fast or what? You like our money. You're supposed to be working for people.
Step up inside the car.
I'll get in there when I got.
We're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623 state versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state just concluded its for-dire examination. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence your defense, you may.
First, please.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Pryor. I introduced myself to you folks earlier, and I represent Mr. Daybell. The reason we're here today is because Mr. Daybell has stated to the court, and now to all of you, that he's entered a plea of not guilty. But part of this voir dire, the French word that the judge used, is really an opportunity for all of us to get to know each other a little bit. Would everybody agree that we all have different experiences in our lives? We all have different biases. Some of us have job biases. Some of us have occupational biases. We try not to do this, but some of us have religious bias towards certain people. And that can be problematic as well. Meet you folks, trying to understand what your opinions are, how you feel about a variety of issues, and Ms. Blake did a very nice job of talking to you a little bit about that. Some of the discussion about cheesy eggs and I think airplanes. And I'm going to talk to you about a few things as well. But before we start, I think Ms. Blake talked about this a little bit as well. It's really important that you speak your mind. It's really important that you say how you feel about an issue, because quite frankly, I probably have 10 or 15 minutes to get to know you folks and decide. Both of us are trying to say, okay, these jurors are the folks based on their experience, all of the things in their life are the ones who would really be the best jurors to give us a fair trial. And that's really what we're trying to do, have a fair trial. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and I don't want you to think that these questions are designed to suggest guilty. I have to ask you the questions because I have to delve into this. And again, if there's anything that you don't like, you feel uncomfortable about, just stop and say, John, hold off. We're going to talk to the judge privately, and I don't want this, I don't want to talk about this in a more private setting. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go down a couple of the questions and I'll cover some other items, but just basically, when you heard the charges read, did anybody just assume, well, he must be guilty because of the charges? Raise your cards if you think that. Okay. Does anybody believe that Chad has to testify in this case? Does anybody believe that Chad has to testify and prove to you folks that he's innocent? Do all of you folks understand that Chad doesn't have to put on one bit of evidence? Does everybody agree with that? Just pop your hands up or cards, whatever you're comfortable with. Everybody understands that. And if Chad doesn't put on any bit of evidence, you can't hold that against him. Does everybody understand that? Thank you. Thank you. I want to talk to you a little bit about the media and your opinions on the media. Would everybody agree that the media has a tendency to maybe inflame things? Raise your hand if you think it has a tendency to sensationalize or inflame things. All of you agree with that. Does anybody believe for a second that you get the whole story from what you hear in the media? Would you raise your hands just so I can see? And I guess I'd like to talk, I think what I'll do is I'll start with 1078. Talk to me a little bit about what your view is of the media's role in a case like this.
I guess the media definitely uses it as a story, not so much fact case. So yeah.
Okay, and we'll go over to juror 997. What is your thoughts on the media?
I try to avoid it as much as possible.
Okay.
Because I agree whether it's local or national. I don't think you're getting all the specifics or all the facts. There's a reason why I think media chooses stories, whether it's for clicks, whether it's for viewers, whether it's for attention, whether it's to get their name out there to the population.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said clicks and attention, and quite frankly, a lot of it is the greater the sensationalism and the more viewers, what does it really come down to? Right?
Absolutely.
Comes down to money, right? So when the media is sensationalizing and calling somebody a name and making a suggestion or stirring something up, really, they're hoping everybody watches what they have to say. They're hoping that this is a way for them to gain, you know, readership. And the bottom line is it's all about money. 779, you're shaking your head, you're acknowledging it. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I think it's kind of been explained, and I agree with what the past jurors have said. A lot of the time, I think journalists try to make a story, not always factual, or if it is factual, maybe not even all of the facts, just try to make a story for people that catch their attention.
And would everybody agree that we shouldn't convince this? Would everybody agree with that? Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about some terms. Okay. Now, the judge already instructed you that the case is about facts and evidence. Okay. Facts, evidence. Does everybody understand what I mean by facts and evidence? Is there anybody who doesn't understand? The car is red. The car was seen not stopping at the stop sign. Fact, evidence, okay? Is it fair to judge anything by other than fact and evidence if you're making a major decision in any regard? One, because you're the first and you really shook your head strongly. So talk to me a little bit about facts and evidence.
Welcome to very black and white. They're also not gray. You're asking us to start gray. The court's asking us to look at the presented evidence and to weigh that against the top of the top.
And you have a wonderful voice, but you said something that's very important. The court is asking us to consider the facts and the evidence. That's it, right? Does everybody agree with that? Facts and evidence? 722. Is it about facts and evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I'm not going to pick on Ms. Blake, but I want to use her example because it's important. It's important because if we're looking at making a major decision and we're trying to guess whether that plane's going to crash or not, and we have to make a major decision, should we be basing it on speculation? Ever? Should you be guessing about what facts may be? Ever? Does everybody understand what the term conjecture means? It's a big word. And I try to avoid big words. Does anybody not? Decisions. Things that can affect us long term. Serious decisions, and all of us have had to make, I would assume all of us have had to make those serious decisions. When we're looking to make major decisions, it's important to look at the facts. Would everybody agree with that? Would everybody agree that we should not engage in conjecture or speculation or guessing? And aside from anything else, more than anything else, we listen to him. I will listen to him. I promise you I will listen to him. And the court, I'm and I'm going to commit you and ask you to commit to listen to him as well. And the prosecutors will listen to him. And when Judge Boyce gave you that special instruction, he talked about not taking anything on the outside and looking at those outside influences, okay? And what I'm looking to see if what you folks could do is commit to something and commit that we're not going to look at what the media people say. Can everybody commit to that? We're not going to commit to conjecture, speculation, and guess. Everybody commit to that? And we're going to commit to looking at just the evidence that's presented during the trial and the facts that are presented in the trial when we make a decision. And everybody commit to that. And I want to thank you for that, folks. Thank you. Thanks. I listen to a wide variety of music. Because at my age, I had a chance to be exposed to everything from. I've been exposed to, oh my gosh, it's embarrassing, the 70s and the disco age. And I promise you, I didn't wear the bell-bottom pants. But I was exposed, and I've been exposed to the movie music from the 80s and the 90s. And my children, I don't understand the stuff that they're listening to, and I can't even understand the words. I don't get it. But I do listen to a little bit of country music now. I find it very relaxing. And there's a song out there that the title of the song is "Everything That Glitters Is Not Gold." Okay, and 716, you had an acknowledgement and you smiled. Talk to me about what you think that means.
Something's really nice on the outside, but once you get on the inside, be it a person, be it piece of equipment, be it whatever, it may not be the same as others.
Right, and sometimes you get into it and you see this gold glitter, and it could be, like you said, it could be a job where someone has a job and they make the job sound absolutely wonderful. And then suddenly you get in the job and you find out, oh my gosh, it's too late. I'm in this situation. I don't really know what I got involved in. And you're blinded. And can people be blinded by the glitter? Is there anybody who believes you can't be blinded by the glitter? Okay. Many, many years ago, I was reading a story, okay? And I'm guilty as well. Sometimes I read their stuff as well. I like juror number 977, I try to avoid it. But I read a story about a 92-year-old millionaire, and he married an 18-year-old woman. And I think, okay, juror 779, you're shaking your head. Okay, 74-year age difference. Is that an example of, looking at the glitter and maybe not thinking it's gold?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah. Juror number 1078. Is that a case of looking at the glitter and not realizing that there's no gold there?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. So sometimes you get into these positions and maybe you're fooled, or maybe you're tricked, or maybe you're convinced of something and it all sounds really great. And I don't want to just talk about relationships, I want to talk in general. And you could be convinced to say things, to do things, to act a certain way, and be drawn into something. Do people agree that that's something that in real life, those sort of things happen? I haven't spoken to 732, and you didn't give me a big nod. So I guess I'd like to see if you can talk about that. But I don't want to talk about it, it's okay.
You had a lot of words in there. I'm not sure I completely understand exactly what you're clarifying that.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any difficulties with the idea of my song, everything that glitters is not gold?
You don't live to be this age and have grown kids and not experience that in some
Right, in some
way, shape, or form.
in some capacity. Okay, thank you. And again, when you're looking at an important decision in your life and making a big decision in your life, is it a checklist of things you go off to make a big decision? You just say A to B, B to C, C to D, E to F? Or are there emotional factors and other factors that you need to consider? It's not just black and white when you're making huge decisions. First, there's personal and emotional considerations that you need to make when you make a decision. Everybody agree with that? Okay. And everybody again would agree that when you're making a decision, and should you be on the jury, you're committing to applying facts and evidence, and that you will not speculate about anything. Is that fair? I'm going to talk to you about one more topic, and I will leave this to the end. Okay? And I want to talk about graphic photos. And you're going to see graphic photos. And these graphic photos are going to hurt your hearts. I'm in this case. These graphic photos hurt my heart. Okay. I want to ask you folks, is it fair to look at graphic photos and because it's upsetting to you, that anger or emotion or whatever emotion you feel should be taken out on Chad? Does anybody agree that when you look at graphic photos, you should immediately take it out and blame him for those graphic photos? Again, you should look at, and as an example, I think it was Juror 1078. It may have been 997. One of you spoke about that there's images and photos showing, and media does this to sensationalize and try to draw. I guess it was 1078. You're nodding your head. The media shows graphic photos or images to gain a reaction from you, to sort of steer you in how they want you to feel or think, right? The concern is this, is that if you're shown these graphic photos that hurt your heart, is it fair to immediately put the cause and the blame on Mr. Daybell just because the photos are graphic? Everybody agree? Do you all agree with that? Because again, what we're doing is we're looking at facts and evidence. We have to consider the facts and evidence. And again, everybody commits to that, right? I know this isn't easy. I know that's very difficult, and both parties need to have time to be able to spend with you and get to know your views on things. And I want to thank you for spending the time with me. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, folks. Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. When in the proceedings, then we're going to take up individual or dire of this remaining group. We'll go lowest number to highest, so starting with juror 716. So if all would please rise for the other jurors to be excused, and 716 can remain. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you for returning again this morning, juror 716. We're going to conduct some individual questioning of you at this point, as well as all the other jurors that remain. I didn't see any information in the questionnaire about concerns of prior case knowledge, nor did this juror indicate they had anyone asked. So there is some indication that you may suffer hardship if you're required to serve for this time. I don't think you pointed that out again this morning, but there are some questions about that in your questionnaire. So if I'll see if the defense has any questions following that.
Thank you, we do, Your Honor. I do just have a few questions about sort of comments. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
So do you happen to have your questionnaire with you? Okay. Might invite you to go to pages 20 and 21. And I would just call your attention on page 20 under the question number 1, trial length. You'd indicated I work 3 days a week. I would have to arrange this with my boss to find a workaround for my work during this time. He was only project manager. Can you explain, what did you mean by that? Concern that it could potentially impair your ability to serve on the jury?
I work for a very small construction company, and I manage construction projects. I did talk to my supervisor, who was actually the owner, how long that this trial would be, he could fill in that role with project manager, so that's no longer.
Okay, so then you don't feel like it would impair your ability to serve. Okay. Now let's go down to one more comment. You did also indicated that you lose pay for 6 weeks. Is that still accurate, or is your employer going to help compensate?
Talking about that, he's very generous. That's saying that well, but I also said.
So then, as you said, you're not concerned about loss of pay if you're a juror. Thank you. Anything else that you need to discuss about potential hardship or you comfortable? No, I don't have any more questions.
Judge, I don't have any questions on bias or hardship.
Okay, thank you. What we'll do next then is go through a different topic that's included in your questionnaire, Juror 716. If you have a copy there, please turn yours to page 12. In the questionnaire, we asked you about your attitudes regarding the death penalty. And do you recall thinking about those questions and putting these responses in the questionnaire? And as you sit here today, do you still feel the same way in terms of how you answered those questions?
Yes.
All right, I do want to notify you in this case, when you're filling out the questionnaire, perhaps you're thinking hypothetically, but here in the case, it may actually be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, any penalty you're considering should be done as if it would be absolute and carried out in the case. So with that in mind, I'll just have a few questions for you about your responses. You first indicated on page 12 in the option of supporting or opposing the death penalty, you said you support. Is that still the way you feel today?
You support it, depending on, the case evidence, if it's proven, and that should be the crime, the punishment for that crime, yes, we support it.
Okay. If you turn one more page down to page 13.
Okay.
On that page, we gave you a choice of 7 for you to select what accurately represents the field, and I assume those. So I could would was it on the facts, law, instruction? Do you think that still accurately represents the way you feel
anything, so no, I'll be based on the evidence.
Other than self-defense, if it's truly a conviction, they say, yes, this was determined to be a true conviction for murder and self-defense murder. Is that a case where it's an automatic death penalty?
No.
So if the judge were to instruct you, the first you're to look at the evidence and make a determination. The second part would be to, after you make a determination, you're to evaluate all of the facts related to that case. And there are going to be two options. One will be life imprisonment. One will be the death penalty. Can you commit to us today that you will look at the facts and evidence when in the sentencing phase, if there were to be one, and make your decision based on the facts and the evidence of the case? Thank you, and I appreciate that.
All right, that'll conclude the individual voir dire for this juror, so I'll go ahead and have you return with the bailiff to the jury room for further instructions. Let's next talk to juror 732. I'm sorry, 722. All right, thank you. Juror number 722, you're returning to discuss some of the information in your questionnaire outside the presence of the other jurors. The first thing that we want to discuss with you at this time would be your knowledge of this case and whether or not that may have led to you forming any kind of opinion. So I would note that the juror stated they followed the case somewhat and have some information about it. I'm also indicated they have not formed an opinion, but we need to discuss this further. So I'll let the state proceed with some individual voir dire to see if there's any bias here.
How are you doing? Good. Good. In this case, you indicated that you watched the news on this case. And it didn't sound from your questionnaire like you had learned a lot about the case. But if you're comfortable, would you mind kind of telling me what you did learn about the case?
I actually did follow it quite a bit. I was interested in this. And so what I understood was just what the news said, and you don't know necessarily if that's or true or not. For whatever reason, it was interesting and I enjoyed learning about it. But I knew that I didn't have enough information for that case for me to make a judgment.
Did you watch any court proceedings in any other cases related to this case?
I remember there being an audio that was available for people who watched, listened to a bit of that, but not watched.
Okay. And what was that audio of?
From, I think it was a couple of days around the autopsies being shown in the pictures. Just what the judge was saying and what the happenings of that episode. It's not an episode of that day.
Sure. Are you aware if that was a preliminary hearing or a trial or?
It was in the trial.
It was in the trial, and that would be the trial of Lori Gallo. Okay. Did you watch or listen to any other court proceedings surrounding the charges against Lori Gallo?
Not really, no.
Did you form any opinions about Lori Vallow and whether or not she was guilty?
No, it always just kind of confused me. I figured there's certainly stuff that went on that I didn't know about. Somehow it wasn't something I needed to worry about, but for whatever reason, something was interesting.
And the evidence that you did listen to in the trial, did any of that relate to the defendant, Chad Daybell?
No.
And you understand that as Mr. Daybell sits here today, that he is innocent until the state meets its burden of proving him guilty. So he's entitled to a presumption of innocence.
Yes.
And you have not formed any opinions about Mr. Daybell's guilt.
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this juror. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fahey. Mr. Cryer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you happen to watch any documentaries on this case?
I did watch one.
Which one was that?
I think it was the Netflix one.
Okay. Did you watch anything on Daybell?
No.
How much of the trial did you actually watch?
Probably like everybody here in Boise area, you clicked on the headlines and read a bit of what occurred the day before.
Okay. But at least a portion of it, you took the time out of your, and you have 6 children. You have a,
Well, I live alone now, so I'm an empty nester, so not as busy anymore.
okay, and I noticed that. So you did have the time to sit down and watch part of the trial if you felt you wanted to.
Yes.
And really what you were trying to do was just educate yourself about the facts of the case.
Correct.
Okay. And there was an interest there.
There was.
Okay. And as part of that interest, you have an idea about some of the facts and how you feel about those facts. Would that be fair?
Probably, yeah.
And part of the process is that despite your knowledge of the facts, despite whether you have an idea of what you think about the case at the present time, when you're making the decision, we would like you to be fair and impartial and be able to block out those images, block out that knowledge that you've gained. And you would agree with me that you've had extensive media exposure to this. Would that be fair?
Probably, yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
And there's been a very high interest in your regard about this case. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Other than your family and people who are very important in your life, this was an important thing for you to look at, and you were drawn to this. Would that be fair?
Oh, I wouldn't say that it was really important, but when you got home from work and you wanted to relax for a little bit, I checked the news and then I did a little bit more work, turned on the TV, nothing terrible.
Right. Watched a documentary.
Yeah, I wasn't obsessive. That's
No.
what you were saying.
No. You watched the documentary, you looked at some of the other stories, you sort of piqued your curiosity.
Right.
And it wasn't hard because, you looked at a lot of things as part of this. Is that fair?
Right.
So when the time comes, if you're chosen as a juror, you form sort of an impression in your mind about this case. Would that be fair?
Probably, but also at the same time, as my number was called and everything like that, I'm confident within myself that I wouldn't be impartial about it.
Okay. But, and that's, I appreciate you saying that. I really do. Because it's important that despite the fact that you've had a massive amount of media exposure, you would agree with that, you have, right? And the fact that you have, and I want to be careful, you formed an impression of this case.
Probably.
That you still think that you could go into the jury pool and be absolutely impartial and not consider what you learned about this case, maybe block this out despite the impression that you've already formed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be able to.
Judge, I'll move the cause here.
All right, I've been listening through the questioning on this with juror 722. I had a couple of follow-up questions. You do seem to have somewhat actively followed that previous case. Did you watch, for example, the verdict in the case of Lori Vallow's trial?
I think I did. At the end of the day, it wasn't live.
All right, and do you know how her trial turned out?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the specifics of all the different charges, but, and they found her guilty.
Okay, and do you know what her sentence was? Or did you watch anything involving her sentencing?
I probably did a lot of it. I don't really think a lot about afterwards. I think she got life.
All right, I appreciate your responses here. You've stated pretty unequivocally that you could be impartial in the case, and I'm not challenging or questioning that. The concern I just have here is whether or not implicitly that would sway your opinion one way or another, knowing what occurred in that other case, and most importantly, some knowledge and observation of evidence that was admitted, which may be the same evidence in this case, or may leave you wondering why evidence you saw in that case doesn't come into this case. I do find it problematic, and so for those reasons, I am going to sustain the request to strike this juror based on a bias in terms of too much information and knowledge about the other case that's already been through trial that would overlap this case. So for that reason, you'll be excused from your service. Thank you very much for taking the time to complete your questionnaire and coming back this morning, and you can be excused. You're welcome. All right, let's next talk to juror 732. All right, we are on the record with juror 732, who's returned here for individual questioning and voir dire. This juror has some case knowledge and may have some information about the case, so we're going to discuss that with you outside of the presence of other jurors. And I'd like to hear some inquiry from counsel as to whether or not there may be bias based on the case. So who's going to conduct voir dire for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can commence.
Juror 732, just as a reminder, there's no wrong answers here. Just tell us how you feel, and there's no right or wrong. In your questionnaire, it sounds like you do know a little bit about this case, and you talked about info from early in the reporting. Do you recall what you saw and about when you saw it?
No, and most of my information, I think, is around missing children. That's something that would pique my interest. I am very selective in my news. I don't watch the news. I read the news. I balance between marketing and avoiding stuff that I think uncomfortable. So missing kids is priority or an interest, or so I remember a little bit of information about that. Once it was on my radar that it was a potential murder trial or murder situation, I just kind of
the story.
Okay.
So really early sensational stories. I like to see.
Understood.
If I can't impact something, I don't necessarily need to.
Do you recall, you said online news, what sources, online news do you usually look at?
For local news, I use the three big Channel 7, Channel 2, Channel 6, their websites. I used to subscribe to the Statesman, so I would get some information from the Statesman. I no longer pay for those subscriptions, so I don't really find anymore. National news is usually BBC, Associated Press. As a general rule, I try to avoid things that are right.
Gotcha. On page 18 of your questionnaire, you can turn to it. There's a question 8, and it's the what have you heard? And it seems like you know some of the basic facts and individuals involved.
And I think that's largely headlines. You can't open it up and look through the news. When you see the
Sure.
headlines, you decide what you're going to read and what you're not going to read.
So you do say that in 8A, it says, could your knowledge of any of these individuals prevent you from acting impartially? You did say no. Is that still how you feel?
Correct.
And you, down on page 19, says, where it asks if you'd be able to put what you have heard out of your mind and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence presented in this courtroom. You do say yes. And is that still your position that you can commit to this court, to this defendant, to the state, that you will not rely on any in the media? You did bring up one thing earlier, and I just want to talk about it real quick, and it's mentioned that today. Do you have any concerns about the subject matter of this case affecting you emotionally, mentally?
My guess is it would impact almost everybody in some way, shape, or form. That doesn't mean I don't take this responsibility seriously. I know what my limits are. I don't watch true crime. I watch thrillers. I read Stephen King. I'm pretty selective of what I take in. I worked in healthcare for 20 years. I spent a short period of time early in my nursing career in the emergency department. Part of the reason I didn't stay there long, that's not for me. I don't need to see gunshot wounds. I know there's a lot out there. I spent a lot of my career seeing things, natural causes, accidents. So I have elected to not seek out additional. That doesn't mean I can't process it or deal with it, but I have been very selective, probably my whole entire life. What I choose to take in, and again, it goes back to what can I impact and what can I not impact. In healthcare, I think I could have an impact. That changes how you process.
Well, and I guess a good way to ask this would be, so when you were in the ER and some type of traumatic injury came in, were you still able to work through that, work through your normal work obligations, provide the level of care you were supposed to provide? Okay. And would you be able to, and I think you said it correctly, it probably would impact anyone who looks at it. Even if you find it disturbing, that you will be able to set that disturbance aside and weigh the evidence just on the evidence and the facts, rather than any just disturbing aspect of it.
I'm sure.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
And juror 732, I didn't hear whether did you see the Dateline and the Netflix series? Did you watch those? Did you watch any?
I didn't know there wasn't. I don't watch dating. I don't watch any news. I read news, but I don't watch.
So you get most of your information off the internet and through the websites of these various news agencies. Is that fair?
Very fair.
And just something piqued my interest is that you said that you choose not to view that stuff as a way to sort of shelter yourself from those images and that stuff because it is upsetting to you.
Yes. And again, if I can have any impact on something, I don't need to know about it.
Do you tend to react strongly to things like that?
I'll hold on to it.
What does that mean?
I still remember some really horrific patient scenarios from nursing school. I'm old. So that was a long time ago. But it doesn't mean I didn't do the right thing. It doesn't mean I didn't take care of my patient. It doesn't mean that I didn't need to be there. Somebody needs to be there.
In what you read, do you have some strong thoughts on what you read?
No, because I think they disconnected fairly early on. And not on any kind of level that would impact any kind of trial. But gosh, when my kids were in elementary school, they're in their 30s now, so that was a long time ago. There was a school board change in Ada County. And I was quoted in the newspaper, the Idaho Statesman. And it wasn't, I said everything that they printed. I said nothing in the context that it was printed. And I was really impacted by that. So that's shaped me in a lot of ways. I can read a lot of things, but before I'm going to pass judgment on anything, I want to know a lot more information. I think that's a little bit why I got hung up on your question. I didn't understand your question. Were you asking me how I felt about an 18-year-old marrying a 92-year-old? Or were you asking me about everything that Congress is called? Because I have very different opinions.
Right.
I don't think there's anything illegal about an 18-year-old marrying a 92-year-old. If it's mutually beneficial, I'm not going to pass judgment on that. That has nothing to do with me. So were you asking me about that, or were you asking me about everything that glitters is involved? I mean, there's different opinions. So I have limited my news probably for a lot of reasons. I don't need sensationalism. And I think you can have accuracy in reporting. I don't believe that there's malicious intent in reporting, probably in the vast majority of reporters, news agencies. I think they probably are presenting largely facts as they hold or that they know them at that time. Does that mean you know the whole story? Probably not. Does that mean that things aren't going to come up later? Probably not. Could somebody be misquoted or out? I happen to know that personally. So
I appreciate that. So what it sounds like is that in spite of the fact that you may or may not have impressions, you may have impressions in this case, but it sounds like you can compartmentalize and you can say, listen, I can push that stuff away and rest an impartial decision, despite the fact that I may have had some exposure or I may have had some influence in some way, but I'm still going to be able to look at this independently in spite of the fact that I've been exposed to this.
I would agree with that. And I would fully expect that there'll be evidence today that wasn't reported on the news, even if I read all of the news. I mean, I'm sure there's facts that were never
reported.
Okay,
So-
and in the same regard, you've obviously spoken about a sensitivity to graphic images and violence, and you make an effort to avoid that and say, I'm not going to let that into my sphere, for lack of a better word. Is that fair?
Very fair.
Okay. This doesn't mean that your answers are right or wrong. I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we're talking so much in depth about this. I don't know how to process some of the stuff you're saying. I guess my concern is that in this case, you're not going to be able to decide to keep these images out of your mind, and some of the images and discussion to the heart. And that's where I'm hesitating. Okay, I'm going to be honest, I am. Because I don't know if pushing it out and saying, yes, I'm going to be able to look at this independently, and I believe you have an ability to do that. You've worked in an emergency room, my goodness. So there must be some intestinal fortitude there. I mean, significant, but I'm still concerned and always am concerned that maybe the impact that it could have on you could in some, even a small way, impact your decision. And that's where I hesitate.
That's valid. I don't think so. I think it goes back to, do I have the ability to have an impact? Do I have a need to know? I think if you're on if you're impaneled as a juror, if you're part of a trial, you have an impact.
Right.
You have an impact on somebody's, in this case, somebody's life, not just livelihood. I also have there's an impact. But I think there is a need to know. I think, and that's different sensationalism that I don't need to know. Would this be the highlight of my anything to be on this trial? Absolutely not. Do I think it's important? I couldn't believe more firmly in our judicial system.
Right.
So whether I want to be or not, it's an obligation. If I'm the right person, then that's what I'll do. If I'm not the right person, probably sleep easier.
So if I understand you correctly, then please correct me, stop me and correct me. Despite all of the images and information that you've gained from this thing, despite the you may have come to a conclusion or not, an impression. Despite that there's an impression because of the news and because of your sensitivity to graphics, you're going to tell me that you can block that out because there is I want to use the right word. You can make an impact on something. And because you can make an impact, you're going to make a concerted effort within yourself to say, I'm not going to let my previous knowledge, those decisions that I've come to some conclusions or understanding, I will block those conclusions and understanding out because I think I can make an impact by participating in this process. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
And I don't believe any prior information would have any impact.
Okay.
I think maybe you're questioning just the images. And I think
That's where we have to block.
that's where I have to go.
Okay. All right. And again, there's no right or wrong answer, and I'm torn here. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm torn.
I'm not offended by that.
And Judge, I guess just because of the images, I think I'm just going to move for cause. I just think I have to.
All right. I've listened carefully to this exchange and considered the knowledge you have. The question I have, just to be succinct as I can, despite what you've seen and heard about this case, are you willing to commit to hold the government to its burden of proof in the case?
I think I could, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see.
All right, based on the responses there, the state has not made a request to strike. The defense has. I'll overrule the request for perceived bias, although this juror has expressed some knowledge of the case. There's another topic we do need to discuss with you as well, and that is part of the questionnaire that you completed that had a section on attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you remember reading through that section and answering your questions?
I do.
All right. And that starts on page 12. I will advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember that any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in context, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You selected a choice that said support it. Is that still the way you feel right now?
Correct.
Okay, you next on page 13 had a series of choices and you selected C, which states, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still an accurate representation of how you feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
All right. Where you are in favor of the death penalty, are you in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
All right, so I just have a final question there. Then will your death penalty in any way prevent or substantially impair you from performing your duties in this case to follow all of the court's instructions, including those relating to the death penalty? All right, that concludes the court's voir dire on that topic. Does the state have any questions for juror 732?
Not on this topic, Your Honor, thank you.
No questions, Judge, thank you.
All right, that will conclude your individual voir dire. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff, and you'll receive further instructions once we talk to the other jurors. Thank you. Next up will be juror 751. All right, thank you for returning, juror number 751. We're going to conduct some individual questioning of you relating to your questionnaire responses. You indicated a little bit of knowledge. Well, I'll let you determine how much knowledge you have or don't. Express a whole lot in the questionnaire, but raised your card that you know something about the case. And you also made a comment on page 18 of your questionnaire that only the report of the missing and their deaths, when asked a question about the people listed in that question. You also did not indicate anything regarding trial hardship. So does the state have any inquiries that relates to bias on this? Sure.
Just a few quick questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
On that point that the court had made, you did make some comment that you had learned of the report of the deaths. How did you learn about that?
It was just media reporting. I don't follow this, but it was on broadcast. I don't know details. And I did not follow any of the other court proceedings prior to this. I don't normally watch the news.
So it is fair to say you haven't seen any documentaries, Datelines?
No,
Anything?
nothing of that nature.
Haven't read any articles online? So just with that report, is there anything about what little you apparently know about the case that you think would impact your ability to be?
No.
All right, Dr. Moore.
No questions. All right, thank you, counsel. Further questions then or concern of hardship, the next topic we'll discuss with you relates to that part of the questionnaire where you were asked about your attitudes regarding the death penalty. You were reading through that and answering those questions?
I do.
All right, since you filled out the questionnaire last week, have you had any change you'd like to indicate in terms of how you answered the questions there?
No.
All right, I do want to advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, as you consider that, consider it as if it would be done in absolute and carried out in the case. So knowing that, you answered in your questionnaire on the question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that still the way you feel now?
It is if the evidence dictates that that's appropriate, then yes.
Okay. You filled out another choice when given 7 choices about what most accurately represents the way you feel. And you said, and I'll quote from the questionnaire, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that the way you feel as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, and just to be clear, you said you support it, but you said also generally you're opposed to it, but would follow instructions about it if you needed to. Can you explain maybe a little bit more how you feel about those 2 choices?
I'm assuming, given the instruction from the court, we will be given all the facts that lead up to this case. If the defendant is found guilty, then those instructions will follow as far as what penalty would apply. It's what the law will allow. My personal opinion doesn't count. It's kind of like the black and white question.
Okay, so that part of your answer that said you would follow the instructions in the case, if you had personal feelings that were different, you still would be able to do that?
Yes.
All right. So based on those answers, then let me just ask you, would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
Okay, and
Only
so,
facts.
apologies, go ahead.
Just if facts have proven the case, and that's what the choices are with the end of this.
All right. Is there anything you think about your views on the death penalty that could prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror in this case and follow instructions about that?
No.
All right, that concludes the court's order for this juror on that topic. Does the state have any questions?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Pryor.
I have no questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much for returning. That concludes your individual voir dire. We'll have you go back to the bailiff of the jury room and call another juror in. Seven nine is up next. Counsel, I didn't see any litigation of case knowledge. Is there going to be any requests for dire on bias from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
None from the defense either.
Okay, thank you. All right, jurors and for additional report, the I believe we talked with discuss our questions related to the death penalty. Does the state agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we won't have any further voir dire on bias or hardship for this juror then, but we will ask questions as it relates to those responses on the knowledge of, or I'm sorry, attitudes regarding the death penalty. So juror number 779, do you recall filling out that part of your questionnaire that asked you about your attitudes on the death penalty?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, having thought about your answers since you filled it out last week, would you change anything in there and how you filled this out or correct anything there?
I don't think it would change it.
Okay. I'll advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So as you're considering a penalty, you need to think about that as if it would be absolute and done and carried out in the case, okay? You had a couple of choices in one of our questions on page 12, and it was, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You did say you support the death penalty, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you still feel that way now?
Yes.
Okay, you also had a series of choices about what most accurately represents the way you feel. And you selected a choice on page 13 that says, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So does that still explain the way you feel most accurately?
Yeah, I would say like it kind of depends on the situation, but I'm kind of in the middle when it comes to it. But when a certain situation comes up, then I'd say I'd support it.
Okay, and back to that answer, you're saying that if it were called for in this case by the facts, law, and instructions, you would be able to impose it.
Definitely.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
Okay, I have one final question for you then. Is there anything about your views on the death penalty that you think could prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror in this case and follow any court instruction about the death?
Believe so.
Okay, thank you for your responses. I'll ask if the state has any report for this juror.
Your Honor, we do not. Thank you very much.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, juror number 779, that concludes our questions for you individually. You'll return with the bailiff to the jury room and we'll have you back here shortly. Let's talk to juror 997. All right, thank you for returning to the courtroom, juror 997. We're going to ask you some individual responses in your questionnaire. There is some indication of some knowledge about the case in the questionnaire, and I'll ask if the state wishes to report fire on that issue on bias.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Woody.
Juror 997, you say you have followed the case, just heard some things on the local news a few years ago. Do you recall what you've heard?
I think I was walking through our front room. It was when our kids were younger. They were home and had the TV on. It was a local TV station stating something about the gentleman and the female that were involved. And I think maybe they showed photos of them, and that was it.
Okay. Yeah. Following the case?
Not at all. No.
On page 18, do you have your questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir.
Page 18, question 8. You do talk about that you're aware that there are children who have been killed in this case.
Correct.
And it says with the help of Chad. Now, is that with the help of Chad? Is that something is that a belief you have, or just what you've heard?
Just what I heard.
I do notice in the next portion of that question, it says, could your knowledge of any individuals prevent you from acting impartially in this case? And you say no. So, and so just cut to the chase a bit. Is there anything that you've heard that would make it difficult for you to render an impartial verdict in this case?
No.
And you understand that this defendant has an absolute right to the presumption of innocence.
Absolutely.
Until the state proves otherwise. And so can you commit to putting anything you have learned out of your mind and only making any decisions in this case based on the evidence presented in the court in this case?
Absolutely.
I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
No questions.
Okay. The next topic then the court will discuss will be relating to your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Juror number 997, in your questionnaire, there was a section about that, and you went through, read the questions and filled out your answers. Do you recall considering that section?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and it's been some time since you filled out the questionnaire. Is there anything in your responses that you think you would change today?
No, sir.
All right, well, let me advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And as you consider that, you need to think of it as if it would be done, absolute and carried out in the case. So with that context, then you had a choice of whether or not you oppose or support the death penalty, and you said you support the death penalty. Do you still agree with that in your opinion today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you had a choice out of 7 of what most accurately represents the way you feel, and you selected a choice that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel?
Yes, sir.
And to be clear then, you would follow any instructions in the case provided by the court on the death penalty?
Yes, sir.
Are you in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, is there anything about your views on the death penalty that you think could prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror in this case and follow the court's instructions about the death penalty?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks for your responses. I'll ask if the state has any board dialogue.
Not on this subject, Your Honor. Thank you.
No question.
All right, counsel, that will conclude the individual board dialogue. Juror 997, you'll return to the jury room with the bailiff, and we'll talk to you again shortly. Next up will be juror 107. All right, juror 78. Welcome back. We have some individual questions for you. In review of the questionnaire, I didn't see any indication of case knowledge or potential bias. Is the state intending to board on that topic at all?
Judge, we do have just one bias question.
All right, why don't you commence with that then, Mr. Wicks?
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have your questionnaire with you?
Yes.
I just invite you to go to page 7. Excuse me. And on page 7, under part 4, 1A, it says, do you feel that a defendant should be required to testify? Did you mark that? Yes.
Yes.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
I think when I filled this out, I didn't really understand what that meant exactly. But after what we heard today, what I left out, and it's not required. Yeah, I just wasn't clear.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So is it fair to say that if you're on the jury and the defendant chose not to testify and to remain silent, you wouldn't hold that against him in any way?
No, now that I understand, it's not required.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't have any more questions.
No question. Judge, thank
All right, thanks, counsel. There's one more topic then we'll discuss with you. In your questionnaire, starting on page 12, we had you read through and answer some questions on your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall going through those questions and answering them?
Yeah.
Okay, having thought about your answers since you filled this out last week, is there anything you think you would change on any opinion you've given here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I do want to advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, any penalty you consider should be done as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So thinking about that, you had a choice on page 12, whether or not you support or oppose the death penalty, and you said you support it. Is that still the way you feel now?
Yes.
Okay, if you could look on the next page on 13, you were provided 7 different choices of what most accurately represents the way you feel, and you chose D, which reads, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately represent the way you feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
And would you be any instructions the court gave in this? All right, I'll next ask you, are you in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed? Okay. Finally, then, is there anything about your views on the death penalty that would prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror in this case and follow the court's instructions? Okay, thank you for your responses.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
No question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for returning. That concludes your individual board hour. Final juror will be 1100. All right, welcome back, juror number 1100. We have some additional questions for you individually here. I would note that you did raise your card when we asked if you knew something about the case. You mentioned a little bit about that in your questionnaire also, saying also you did not follow the case. And then I'll just ask the state if the state would like to commence with individual voir dire for this juror on the issue of bias.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So you indicated on your to this
Yeah.
case.
I mean, I listen to the radio, I watch TV reports and things like that, so it'd be hard to miss something. So yes, I was concerned it was over with. I mean, it's been what, 3 years or something like that. I just
Thank you. So this might sound like kind of an odd question, but what review?
all I know is that there were some deaths that occurred. I do know that there's the one thing that stuck in my mind. I don't know why. Was that people have gone to Hawaii. That's the only thing I can remember.
And do you know what people had gone to Hawaii
I don't.
that you saw in the news? Oh, okay. And would you be able to set aside whatever you've heard on the news and only consider the evidence that's introduced in trial in this case?
I will do that.
And sir, you'll be instructed that Mr. Daybell is entitled to a presumption of innocence until the state meets its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you okay with that?
I am. I think I need to probably have a little bit better understanding of where that line is of reasonable doubt. That's one
Of
thing
course.
I tried to understand. And so from my standpoint, I don't know where that line is drawn.
And you'll be instructed on that by the judge. The judge will provide you several instructions, and one of those instructions will be a definition of reasonable doubt that you will have. But for today's purposes, I just want to make sure that you can start this trial with a clean slate, giving Mr. Daybell the presumption of innocence that he's entitled to.
I believe that I can do that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I have no additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, voir dire from the defense.
And again, sir, there's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer here. We're just trying to get your feelings and your impressions, and this is a chance for us to talk a little bit, to delve in deeper about things. So please don't take any offense to what I ask. So, thank you. Do you have your questionnaire with you?
I do.
And I would turn to page 19. Item.
I have it in front of me.
Okay, item number 10, and I want you to go to 10D. And let me know when you're there.
I'm at 10D on
Okay.
19.
And I'm going to read this so that we, then stop me if you need to. And it reads as follows. Has any of your possible exposure to the news media, dramatized depictions, or other publicity around the case caused you to, and you underlined, form an opinion about Chad Daybell's guilt or innocence? And your response, you didn't mark the yes or no, but you said possibly because of their nature, but understand that I would need to evaluate the info at trial. So if I understand what you said there, and don't let me put words in your mouth, okay? Please clarify. I've gone through a number of these, and then there are a lot of people that say that. They say, you know what, at the time of trial, I can evaluate and look at the evidence independently, despite the fact that I may have some information that leads me one way or the other. Okay? And I have no doubt, and I think, I guess if you would commit to this, at the time of trial, you would be able to look at the evidence and make a determination based on what you hear during a trial, right?
I believe that I can, yes.
Okay, and that's where I'm struggling a little bit. Because part of your answer said possibly, and what I read that to mean is that you already have some impressions in your mind. You already have some images, and you have an idea of what you think about this case, right?
Yes, because of the nature of those reports,
Right,
You talked about that earlier.
right,
And that, sometimes when media is doing things, they do that with, an intent to convince, sometimes with an agenda.
right.
And so there's no doubt that because of the things that I heard and saw, you don't form some sort of an opinion. People always come up with some sort of advice. I think anybody would be, they would be dishonest if they weren't telling you that there wasn't some sort of a bias that does come into that. But I believe that now being asked, if I were to be asked to be a juror, then I have to set all that aside and I have to then look at the information that is presented.
And you know what? I respect and admire your honesty. I really do. Because, that says a lot that what you're willing to do is you're willing to evaluate this case at the time, despite the fact that you've had access, and despite the fact that you've seen some things and listened to some things, and that you've formed an opinion based on what you've said from these folks in the media who sensationalize things, right? But that has caused you to form an opinion at this point. But despite that, you're willing to sit down and look at this thing and make a determination. Would that be fair?
I am, yes.
Okay. And please don't take offense to anything I say. And again, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just we have to look at this in a certain way, and that's why we have the jobs that we do. Okay. And Judge, I'm going to move for pause on this one.
All right, response from State.
Your Honor, if I could ask just one question.
Yes.
Sir, I don't know if I missed it, but I believe Mr. Pryor had made some reference. Is that opinion?
Well, the opinion is just that it was an egregious crime that occurred, and that the people that have been identified were more than likely those folks who, again, were involved in whatever occurred. And again, I don't know the details now, other than just the little things that I heard on the news.
Okay. And do you know who those people were?
I didn't even know the names until I got called on this and it mentioned who the case was about. That's all.
Okay. Would you be able to set aside what you've heard on the news and just consider the evidence in this case?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd submit to the court.
All right, and not to prolong things unnecessarily, but there were a few other comments that came up that I think in fairness, Mr. Pryor, if you have any additional or dire on his statement, you can proceed. If not, I'll make a determination.
So on number D, talked about that you have formed an opinion, but you're willing to set that aside. Is that correct?
Yes, it's not a strong opinion. It's just, I knew that at one point.
And then underneath that, there's item number F. Have you formed a personal opinion whatsoever based on information from any source of Chad Daybell's guilt or innocence or anything? And you said not beyond D above. And what that's saying is whether Chad's guilty, he's one of the parties, obviously, to the media that you said.
And now know in this context that.
Right, he's one of the parties.
He's one of the parties.
And you formed an opinion that, and you're willing to evaluate the information that's presented to you if you're picked as a juror, but that's going to require you to say, listen, I'm willing to set aside my personal opinion about Mr. Daybell's guilt and evaluate this independently. Is that what you're saying?
I am. I believe that I've already done that by the fact that I've now been asked to be a juror.
Okay.
So then you have to go back to ground zero in my mind and start over. But again, to be honest, I have to say that it's natural for someone to hear those reports and to immediately assume at the beginning that stuff is correct.
And that's something that we all have to discipline ourselves with, right?
Correct.
When you're in a situation, all of us, and I agree, when you read something and you look at information and you're exposed to the variety of the information, you form an opinion.
Yes.
And what has to happen is you have to make a discipline yourself to say, in spite of the fact that I've formed an opinion, and in spite of the fact that I've sort of decided this is what I sort of think, I'm going to set my opinion aside and work towards trying to be fair, based on the information I hear at trial, right?
That's correct. I've had to do that many times in my life.
Okay, and did you hear anything else about any other co-defendants in this case of any kind?
No, I just know that there was the deaths that occurred, and I also know that there were people who were identified. And can't tell you even how many at this point until it was gone over the charges.
Right. And so you'll agree to set aside your opinion that you've put together today. And based on that, you'll try to discipline yourself. You said you'll try.
Yes, I will.
Judge, if I could just have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. I have a couple of follow-up questions, Juror 1100. So just knowing what you do know, would you think this defendant here, Mr. Daybell, would need to somehow convince you or show you some proof that he's not guilty?
No.
All right. Given what you do know about the case or what you've seen or heard, will you commit that you would follow the court's instructions and hold the government to its burden of proof?
I will.
All right, the court is on this juror going to find that there's not a bias or prejudice at this stage that would prevent his service based on previous knowledge of the case, so the challenge is overruled. We have one other area to go through with you then, juror number 1100. You did fill out a questionnaire asking you about your attitudes on the death penalty. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, I want to advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, as you consider that, you must consider it as if it would be done in absolute and carried out in the case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, when you filled out your questionnaire, you were given a choice of whether you support or oppose the death penalty, and you clicked a box of support and said, as the law instructs. Is that still the way you feel today?
What page is that on?
This will be on page 12.
Can't have that.
Is that still the way you feel today in terms of your attitudes on the death penalty?
It is still the case that I do support that, but again, it needs to be in the appropriate context.
Okay. If you look at page 13, you had several choices here. What most accurately represents the way you feel? And you ultimately circled C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. It looks like also you were really thinking about D because you kind of bracketed that a little bit and also underlined part of it. So is between those two, if you had to pick one, is C still your choice?
It has to be C, that's correct.
Okay. And are you willing to follow the facts, law, and instructions provided in this case if you're considering the death penalty?
I will do that.
Do you believe that you would be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
All right. Finally, is there anything about your personal views on the death penalty that you think would substantially impair or prevent you from serving as a juror in this case and following any instructions about the death penalty?
I don't think there is.
All All right, thank you for thinking through those questions and answering them for the court. Does the state have any follow-up for Dyer on that topic?
I don't. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any follow-up from the defense?
Ever so briefly, sir, when we go back to page 13, you had your number that you marked as number C, if I remember right. Is that correct?
I had marked C and D was, just kind of bracketed to it.
Right. And what I guess I'm asking you is that there's if there were a box that said neutral between C and D, and that was one of the options, and the neutral said, I'm neutral on this issue, but I'm only going to base my decision on the facts and evidence. Would that more likely reflect your perspective on this?
That's correct. I saw these as rated in a scale, if you will.
Right.
Descending, whatever.
Right. But again, if there was a neutral, you would say, you know, I'm more neutral on this, and I'm going to listen to the facts and evidence before I make a decision.
That's correct.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate your time.
All right, juror number 1100 then. We will pass that juror for cause on the others, and I don't know if it's more efficient to have him remain and have the others brought back or have him return and brought back with everybody. Let's have juror 1100 go back in the jury room, and then we'll have the remaining jurors brought back in once they're ready. All right, please.
Here you are.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, for those jurors that have returned, if you do us a favor one last time, and please just hold your red cards up so we can all confirm with our charts who's remaining. Okay, thank you. Having considered now these remaining jurors and concluded individual and group for Dyer, does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense pass this group for cause?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then you have now been passed for cause. We will continue to question additional small groups until we reach the necessary number of jurors for the attorneys to exercise their peremptory challenges. You will be leaving today and instructed to contact the jury commissioner, Randy Rutland. He will provide you further instructions on when you will return again. And you are going to be returning one more time for the peremptory challenges stage of this trial. We're not entirely sure of when that will happen. So between now and when it does, please continue to follow the court's instruction to not investigate the case, look the case up, talk to anyone about the facts of the case, or do anything else that may cause you to become impartial or exposed to facts about the case you shouldn't know before trial. Also, you can talk to people, family, friends, employers, etc., about the possibility of your service and when that may occur, but just please refrain from engaging in any discussion with them at all about the case. You will be asked to complete another affirmation as you did today when you come back, indicating that you have followed that court's instruction. So thank you again for your time. You'll receive those further instructions, and at this time, I believe we'll have you excused. Is the state okay to have this group excused for the day?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
That's all right with that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. All rise for the jury.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're scheduled to have another group returning at 1:30 this afternoon. Is council ready and prepared to do that after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks all. We'll be in recess then until 1:30 when we'll reconvene with another group of jurors.
Thank you. All rise, please.
StreamYard is acting crazy.
Can you guys please get me out? I'm done fighting, please.
We will in a moment.
I can't. I really can't, you guys.
On your side.
You'll be on it.
You guys, please get me up. I'm not done fighting.
Give us just 1 second. We're going to put him in a mobilization device, and then we'll have you evaluate him.
Guys, please get me up.
We'll get you up in just a second.
I apologize. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I really apologize.
Hand me that leg portion.
What's your name, buddy?
I got an idea somewhere. I can't talk anymore. I'm done talking.
He's got a wallet inside on the bed. We searched him in there, came out here, and he kept fighting. I'll leave this one over here on the knees. Bend his knee. Yeah. Just tighten that one. This one? Yeah. What's that? Rolling my way, there's more space.
Okay, we're gonna roll.
Roll you on your side,
back to
okay?
the other officer.
Hey, sit up.
Oh. Let me know, huh?
You what?
You guys let me know, huh?
Here, so.
You intended to do that. That's.
He didn't intend.
I'm pressing charges.
Go ahead, I was sitting right here.
No.
These tasers over somewhere, right?
I'm pressing charges. This was over. This is over excess.
Okay.
This is excessive.
We'll talk about that later.
They may have come out already.
Okay.
You got this on video?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Every single second
All right.
of
Good
it.
deal.
Cool.
This is excessive.
Okay.
Excessive force.
Maybe
You guys are known for this.
I've never met you.
All right. If you don't want to meet me.
Well, now we've met.
Taser probes were probably right about here on the rib cage. Looks like they've already come out.
Okay.
But it's going to be a little difficult. Can
hurting.
pop this too. You
My
guys
arms
give it a look.
you feel broken. You guys broke my arm. I feel like my leg is broke.
Hey.
That's up, guys.
Hey, what's your name?
That's so up. My name's Hurley. Who are you? Are you here to attack me like these guys?
No, I'm a paramedic. I'm here to make sure that you're okay.
I don't trust you guys right now.
I know.
I don't trust any of you guys. I'm so hurt right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm really injured.
Yeah.
I'm hurting everywhere, and these guys got me strapped like this. I feel like everything's broken. These guys got me all strapped up like this. What is that?
Yeah, the probes are out.
We can get
them hooked
to a monitor and check his vitals.
Guys. I'm fucking hurting now.
Where are you hurting at?
Everywhere, dude. These guys, you
Just
see how they got me?
that room.
I feel like they broke my leg, my ribs, and my wrists.
All
Gosh.
Pulse monitor. Just going to go on your fingers. All it is.
I don't trust you. What the fuck is that?
Hey, take some slow,
Just a
deep
pulse
breaths
monitor.
for me, okay?
How can I take slow, deep breaths after how these motherfuckers did to me? You kidding me?
Hey, listen.
You working with them too, or what?
Take some slow,
What's your
deep breaths.
problem, man?
I'm here to help you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I
I'm
think
here
you're
to
working
make
with them.
sure
Fuck that.
Okay. We're going to make sure that your vitals are okay, and we're going to go from there, okay?
This is just a blood pressure cuff, right? So just gonna take the blood pressure real quick. It's just a cuff, man. Calm down.
What are you guys doing to me?
Hello. You guys just want to stay out of the back room for a bit. Would you mind filling these out?
This is all around the tanto. Wait, who?
I need both of you guys
Okay.
to fill them out.
What the fuck you guys do to me?
He fought us all the way till out here.
Motherfuckers, you guys are pieces of shit.
man.
It got serious when we went to the ground.
This cup is going to start squeezing your arm. You're squeezing, motherfucker. You're going to keep squeezing me. You kidding me? Your blood pressure cup is all, dude.
Tape deployed on the right.
You suck, man. Blood pressure is all. No, motherfucker.
Stop spitting.
You guys, man. You already got me here. What the
I got a
What the fuck, man? I'm fucking already quit, guys. Fucking quit.
Well, stop being cool, man.
Oh, guys,
Act like a
be the
grown
fool.
adult.
You guys are
Act
supposed
like
to
a
be.
grown
You guys are
adult.
supposed to be the professionals here. Are you kidding me?
Nope. You're gonna hawk loogies on me, but you're gonna wear
Are you motherfuckers kidding me? Hawk loogies over this.
You just got another
Hawk
charge,
loogies over
man.
this. Are you kidding me? That's not even a little conscious name. Fuck you.
So, did you tell him previously that he needed to get out and he needed to leave? Okay.
I get a lot of times.
And you did a lot of times too?
He doesn't want to tell him anything because he's my nephew and he got a lot of respect. But he goes, why the homeowner is not telling me that I have to leave?
Yeah.
You're the one that's fucking doing this, that.
Yeah.
You're the fucking bitch. He touched me backwards and he never treated me like that before.
Okay.
And I said, he don't want to tell you, son, because he got respect for you.
Okay.
But eventually he told him that he has to leave.
And you did tell him that?
Yeah.
I still I respect to you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what time did he get here this morning? You said like 4?
It was like around 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Okay. And he came
He
and
knocked
knocked on the
really
door.
quiet because he knows I sleep here.
Okay.
And I got it.
Okay.
So I opened the door and I told him to lay down. He lay down at the beginning like that, but then when he wake up, had me a towel to take a shower. Then he told me, what were you nephew doing over there?
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know. And I went over there and told him, hey, get out of that room. That room is for somebody else.
Yeah.
And he said, you're the one who's telling me to get out of here. He's not telling me anything. So he don't tell me anything at the beginning. But eventually he told her, hey, that room is for this lady. You know?
Okay.
So I told him, I handled the blankets and lay down on the couch, no problem.
Okay.
And he get back over there and starts calling me names.
Okay.
I know he been a really nice kid since the beginning of the now. Since he been in drugs, it's terrible.
Okay.
I think he deserved it.
Did you guys see him do anything this morning or anything?
No,
okay.
not this morning.
Okay. I'm gonna go take a look back there. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, and if you guys want to go ahead and fill those out.
Hey, calm down.
No, motherfuckers. You kidding me?
No, I'm not. Calm down.
No. Why the fuck am I supposed to calm down when you pieces of shit got me like this? You guys. Motherfuckers. I'm telling you guys, I'm fucking hurt. Paramedics are here, and you are still fucking doing more to me. What the fuck is wrong with this country?
They're checking you out medically.
What's wrong with this country? Another George Floyd fucking in his head or what? What the fuck? I thought this is fucking unreal.
Hey,
I thought you guys were cool, man.
What's your name?
Fuck you, dude.
Hey.
No, fuck you. Fucking don't talk to me.
I'm a paramedic.
Oh, yeah, that's what you guys keep saying. You guys are paramedics, but you guys still got me in this?
I don't have you in that. I'm just here to make sure you're all right, man.
Well, fucking pull it off, put me on a stretcher and go take me out.
Calm down. If you calm down, we'll talk, okay?
He just said, are you going to do to me what you did to George Floyd? Wow.
It's hard to do after all this shit you guys have done to me.
Calm down. Tell me where you're hurting at.
Everywhere, dude.
Can you? What's the worst spot you're hurting at?
My hips,
Your
my
hips.
legs. I feel like I'm broken, dude.
Barb right
Okay.
Oh,
So your ribs and your legs hurt
yeah.
worse? All right.
Yeah.
Do you have the card here? Do you know that?
Yeah, I have.
Check. Overview.
Right here.
Do I take pictures of the room and stuff too?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're okay with that.
Yeah.
Just lo que siento si puedo.
So is that okay if I take pictures and I go through a bit? Okay.
My arms, my wrist. You guys got me all strapped up in these cuffs. Come on, I'm losing the cuffs a little.
That's not my job. That's
Come on, dude. What the fuck? Where the fuck are the pieces?
I'm gonna push on
So they
just
put you
tell
in
me
front
if
so that I can't talk to a cop?
I'm right here, man.
Well, fucking losing the cuffs off, man. I'm not talking to you until you fucking loses the cuffs.
There's no security, man.
I don't think you're gonna get them if you act like that. Don't think they're gonna loosen it for you. Okay.
What BB show?
I'm gonna push on your chest. Tell me if it makes it hurt worse.
It's still
Yeah.
taking full straight 12-14.
You guys do to me? What the fuck you guys do to me? What the fuck? You motherfuckers! Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's good. Okay, he's good. Wait, blood pressure. 104.74.
104.74.
Okay. So, vital signs, good. But we'll help you out wherever you need, whatever you want.
So he's going to have to go down and get evaluated, at least for this ER. We'll have to talk with Sergeant and see how we want to do that.
Okay.
But
Can somebody please loosen the cuffs on me? Please, that's all I'm asking. You guys have been
so you're already in 2 pairs of cuffs. That's an entire 2 fingers, so it can't be loosened. Same thing with that one. They cannot be loosened.
Motherfuckers, you guys are pieces of shit.
So here's the question. You're going to go to the ER to get checked out. Do you want to go by ambulance or you want us to drive you?
No, I ain't going with you pieces
Well, you're still going with us at the end because you're going to jail.
whatever.
So do you want us to drive you to the ER or do you want an ambulance bill on top of it?
Like, let's take the ambulance bill at this point.
Okay. Works for me.
Just pull tight. Just pull fast.
No, fuck that shit. You motherfuckers already did this to me. You motherfuckers put me in your fucking truck.
Someday you'll learn accountability and realize you did it to yourself. All right, do you have a Sharps? Okay. I got one too. So. We've actually got good one.
Where the fuck are you gonna? Where are you gonna put me? You got no fucking room in your fucking trunk. Where the fuck are you gonna put me? In your fucking trunk?
No, there's a seat right here.
I can't go in a seat like this. Are you kidding me?
No, you can't.
No, you can't. I'm all fucking broken. You pieces of shit are gonna let them do this. You guys are paramedics. You call yourself paramedics, and you're gonna let the cops override you. You are working with them, you pieces of shit. Ambulance is here, and they're not even doing their job. What the fuck? This country.
You have another pair of gloves.
The USA.
These ones are torn.
Oh yeah, fucking God bless America. Bullshit. Bullshit. God bless America. This is what they do to you. This country.
He says he wants to go to the ER, so you guys want to ride? Probably.
Yeah.
You want me to just jump in? You can come pick me up. And... Okay. You have anything to do here? Somebody's got to come pick somebody up anyway, so. I can ride with him, and then you can just, when you're done here, come over there.
Okay.
Does that work?
I'm done here. I took pictures and everything, and they're gonna give me the witness statements after the two verbal stuff now.
Sorry, what?
So they gave me a verbal statement. And they want me to
Oh,
pick up the
verbal
statement.
statement. Blah, 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 verbal statement. I'm arguing with the judge too, right? Yeah.
You want to spin it around and just kind of squeeze it between the car and him?
Right around the end with it, straight up.
You gotta put it over there and carry me all the way over there broken? Yourself paramedic? What the fuck, man? I'm telling you, we're broken! That goes! That goes! The head goes!
You're okay, boy. You're gonna be alright.
God, what the fuck are they doing to me?
I'm just taking you in the ambulance, alright? You're gonna be alright.
Oh, God.
His car. Is it okay if it stays here, or do you want us to?
No, I want to bring it to my house.
Okay. You don't want us to?
Yeah.
You're gonna take it. Okay. I think I've got the keys then.
Okay.
Okay. I'll grab those for you.
I don't know yet.
Hey, how old are you?
You.
Okay, that's
We got 40. We got ID on him somewhere.
I don't trust you guys no more.
I'm just gonna call her.
I don't trust you guys. Oh, God! Oh, God! You motherfuckers! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh! You pieces of shit, motherfuckers! You! Fuck you, Manuel! You say you're my CEO! Fuck you! Fuck you, Felix! No, fuck you! Los Rivera, Micaela, todos, hijos de puta, váyanse a la verga! ¡A la verga! Hijos de puta, lo que hicieron!
Yeah. Yeah. You're not welcome back here.
All right.
You come back, you'll be arrested again.
What the fuck ever. Can you guys please loosen the cuffs? I'm already here.
And I already checked them.
My wrists are so up, dude. Please don't make me go through it anymore. I'm asking you nicely. If you could just please, I apologize.
Oh, good, bro. Yeah.
Just please loosen the cuffs.
Okay. I thought you were.
Please loosen the cuffs. Please loosen the cuffs. Appreciate you motherfuckers are over here talking. Come on, loosen the cuffs. Come on.
You're underneath you right now. You're laying on the ground. Okay, so just by being on the
This is
journey,
so
I know it's a tough situation, but what we're gonna do is just stay calm. I'll get to the ER, and we're gonna have lots of people in the hospital. Okay,
all right.
So I'm gonna ask you real nicely to when we get there, to stay calm because there's gonna be some some aunties.
Nicely.
There's
You
gonna
want
be some-
nicely?
There's gonna be some aunties, grandmas that are
So
in the
nicely.
hospital.
So nicely. I'm asking you to loosen the cuffs nicely, and you guys want to do that? You want me to be nice over there? Okay.
Yep,
You got it. You got it.
There's doctors and nurses trying to have a day.
Okay. Touche, bitch. I'll show you calm. You motherfuckers. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's nicely. Love you. Okay, I'm asking you a question, you little bitch. That's nicely. Love you. What about you, you little bitch? See, like you? Look at me, you little f***. What, you scared? I'm all strapped up. You want to suck my dick? Huh? Want to suck my dick? It ain't good. You do the job. What about you? You little bitch. You're bad. You know, you over there too. Nicely. Oh, nicely. I love nicely.
Do you want him trespassed? Here's his key.
No, here one. No.
He doesn't want him trespassed?
So he let him stay. The
So
night
it's okay if he comes back?
Come and see it. I write whatever, you know.
Okay. You don't want to put that like you did ask him to leave?
No.
Okay.
He'll be okay. Huh? Are you guys put him in custody or you going to put him in the mental health?
You need to put
Want me to put him? I just thought I was in jail with.
Okay. With you having asked him to leave, that is trespassing. Do you want to press charges for that? He's going to jail either way. Either way, it's happening. It doesn't you wanting to press charges or not for him not leaving. Doesn't matter. He's going to jail either way.
Yeah, we want him to get better, and I know he will get better.
I live right here for 3 years when this guy only coming to time.
Okay.
The night before and last night.
I know like a problem, you know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. With this incident specifically, though, are you wanting to press those charges for asking him to leave and him not leaving?
Yeah.
We want him to get better. He's a nice guy. He's a mechanic. He went to school. He graduated with good grades. He just following drugs.
Okay. Well, thank you guys.
Thank you for coming.
Got your phone numbers and everything.
Yeah, everything in there.
Okay.
All right.
Let me need anything.
Have a
I'll
great
give you a
day.
call. Okay, appreciate you guys. Thank you. He doesn't want to trespass. He does not want to press charges. So we'll just see. Give his uncle the keys.
See what?
I said I gave his uncle the keys and he doesn't want to press charges for him for like the trespassing.
It's we're on the other one with the Ryan Keith. It's gonna take on better on Twitter. This is kind of fucking late.
Wait, you said what? What?
We'll both run over to the hospital. We'll grab Ryan's keys and you can come back and we'll just drive to the hospital.
Oh, okay.
It's you?
You said move it, yeah?
Oh, no, we'll leave it here. It's Ryan's keys.
Oh, okay.
sleep?
You got the ID?
Honestly, no. Wait, she has it, but she's coming to meet us. We need to get that info.
Yeah, let's hold on. Yeah, I just wanted to, get documents in my hands.
Oh, nicely. You guys sing that with me? Oh, nicely. Oh, Mr. Nicely. Can you just be nicely to these little ladies? It's so nice.
Truck number 18, I forgot to advise. I'm in the ambulance. Right with the in.
Go to jail? Is that your
Yeah, he's
plan?
going to jail.
Okay, cool. So you're just
Unless
looking
you
for
want
my
to
plan.
leave with you.
Take me.
I don't. It's honestly sorry. I'm complying. I'm not going to give you the info.
No worries.
I'll pay like that. Title Central State.
sneak up beside you. I'm gonna step back there and just snap some pictures. You're like 4.
Can you tell me why they brought you by here? You're not quite sure? Okay. Was anything bothering you?
Everything. Shit.
You're fine.
Just gonna put this on your toe. Just raise your oxygen. How tall are you?
Corey's 25 from 18. We're just still outside the ambulance bay. I think they're going to try and do it out here.
I suggest avoiding taste in the future.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I can't imagine it is. There's a reason why I try and not get tased in my life, you know? It's worked well so far. I've never had to be tased, but it happens. So,
Yeah.
all right, we're gonna need you guys out of here. I don't think we can pull him out. I think that would just.
So we're going to have to pull him out and put him in the car. So
Any ID or anything?
she's grabbing it real quick. So
Oh, you guys need to do that here?
well, the custody is her. I'll sign it for you though.
Okay, perfect. Just name, badge. Sweet. And then once we get them registered, I'll.
25 from 18. Why don't you just pull up in here?
Yeah. It's Oh, beautiful. So you move it in there. Yeah.
And we'll see how it goes. Imagine he's not going to be very agreeable. I'm not sure. Berlin, something like that. Good. Okay. Yeah. It worked today. That was an instant response. I only got 2 pictures, just one overall. I'm going to pull up your shirt and I don't have nothing to measure with, but. Yeah, I got one.
Oh. Oh.
You guys want to split them in the same room or sit them up, or what's best for you guys? I'll sit them up and we'll.
Oh.
Once you get it, you have to drill time.
We're gonna undo that because we're just gonna spin him.
Yeah, spin them around and.
The leg. Like undo the brake.
I'll brake on the gurney. All right. So let me slide in there.
Okay.
Can we push it away from the car a little bit?
Yep.
And I think if we grab and put his feet in and then try to lift him up in, on the seat, yeah. You think?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's off. Okay.
You want to just take off the leg thing?
Are you going to be compliant if we take this off? Or are you going to continue to fight?
I can get the angle on it.
That out of there?
Yeah. We're going to stand you up and then we'll unlock the back, okay?
Pivot towards me.
So just stand up. You're walking away.
Okay, you need to have a seat in the car.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, guys, keep up the good work. See you, fellas. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of each other.
Bye, thank you.
Also, which mail do you have?
For X25, I will be in custody with Caroline Cortez, Nevada license, copy number.
For 2582 at 908 and go ahead with that number.
190-118-8362.
And where I sent that all your tests already and it's suitable.
Can you show me 17 to number 1, please? Copy beginning mileage 8426.
Copy beginning 8426. For X39, I'll be able to do the for X39 at 908.
Hopefully that I can already. We know if I'm looking, you may be competitive. Control 168 clear.
168, copy, Mitchell. Sentinel County, Webby, this is Central looking exit southbound from exit 36. Looking for a blue Toyota Tacoma with a Utah 28 of 4 Alpha 3 November Tango. Possible drunk driver swerving all over the road and all over the lane. RP is in the vehicle in front of the blue Toyota Tacoma. RP is following the sign with the time up to about a minute until 3914.
Control 168 copy. We're call your PNC is on to the way.
Yes, sir. Correct, 25 to 314. Looking to the other side of the hospital. Correct, Kevin, are you an 18 go to the ER?
Hey, we'll be back out of the residence.
Yes, or in the comments of the call is a better information about what was going on.
Where was that? Where at? In California, Nevada.
It was with the Santa Ana Police Department.
Everything.
Court is still at lunch for 1 more hour.
February 26th in Hendersonville, Tennessee. It was a Monday morning. Katie Proudfoot says she woke up at about 6 in the morning to get her son Sebastian ready for school. But when she went to his room, he wasn't there. Katie quickly went around the house and could not find him. Where was Sebastian? Panic quickly set in. Katie says she called police and searched around the neighborhood and at school and could not find him. She says his shoes were still at home. His phone was still there too, but a flashlight was missing. Where did Sebastian go? Did he leave in the middle of the night? Why would he leave? These are all questions that have no answers. Police say they don't know where he is. They don't know what happened. All of Sebastian's parents have cooperated, his mother, Katie Proudfoot, his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, and his dad, Seth Rogers. They also say there's no sign of foul play. But people don't just vanish. Tonight, we speak live with Sebastian's dad. What does he know? What does he suspect? Then we'll also listen to what Sebastian's mom and stepdad have said. Does it all make sense? Tonight, as investigators continue their search, we continue our investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
The only thing is the night guard is not covered, so that would be your out of pocket for that.
That's it.
And I just need you to sign in that little box for me right there. That's just stating that I went over. And then did you want to schedule for the cleaning? And are there any days that are better for you?
Whatever.
I have this coming Tuesday